Good evening, everybody. Let's get everything set up. I know I'm pretty much at the very end of my opening window. Um, the personal details are probably not all that important for most people, but I figured one thing I should sort of say, the way that my schedule is working right now, um, I actually don't have anything in terms of, how do I put this? Like, there's not really a window in which I can wrap up the stream and go to bed and get all the sleep that I need. So later starts are actually a big problem for me now. But on the other hand, like I do want to do a full stream, so I'll do my best with what I've got here. But I'm really trying to avoid starts pretty much any time other than 7, but I do also have to deal with the reality of the fact that there's a lot of things still demanding my attention. You know, I've moved from one workplace, and I suppose the good bit of news is that the work that I need to do really isn't. How do I put it? Like, it's not. That's not the main driver of sort of the extra time that I'm spending, but it's, there's everything else, right? It's so many of the things that weren't even necessarily put off, but didn't get as much time as they needed, that are sort of kind of coming in to fill in the blank. And there's a couple things I can do to maybe try and find a little bit more balance, but that's where we're at. Now, I do also need to apologize. I was misleading in what I said, and honestly, it's partly just I didn't mention. I mentioned everything but this for for things that I'd be doing, but I did say that I wanted to try and finish up some games that I had started, and Soma is the most obvious of them. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it tonight because it feels like there's not that much more of the game to go, but then there's also some scenes that I know are in the game that we haven't seen yet. So I'm doing my best to, like, I don't want to rush the game or anything like that, but obviously I didn't mention that for this week. So basically, I've decided that I do Soma for today, where the original plan was going to be Phantom Brigade. We're definitely doing Phantom Brigade on Wednesday, and then I'm not sure about Friday. Friday could be more Soma, or it could be something else, and I'm slightly inclined towards the something else. But to be honest with you, I'm already feeling a bit a bit worn out. So maybe it's not a good time for me to make promises for the week to and just turn out and find out that I can't actually manage it. So gonna open up Soma, and then we will jump right in. I know it's never ideal for a game like this to have a longer break in between. Now, the game does offer us a little bit of a kind of a catch up when we jump into the game, which I'm hoping will be enough. Simon and Catherine have tricked the Brandon simulation into sharing the security cipher needed to access the Dunbat. Now they can finally use it to travel into the Abyss and find the Lost Ark. How you doing, Cured? Can't stick around tonight, but I hope you have a good stream. Well, I always appreciate you stopping by. I hope you enjoyed Friday. I'm glad that I got to show you the end to Book of Hours. And I am looking forward to some more Soma. Actually, if I recall correctly, there is a fairly major plot point. I don't know if I need to reset the quality settings or just give it some time, but feeling like there's Vaseline on the lens for It is. I have played this before, so I definitely know where it's going.
Simon, we got it. We can get to the Dunbat now. Get back here.
So this isn't really critical. I'm part of this. I just kind of need to um, get back into the mood for Soma and that.
Catherine, couldn't we just have extracted the cipher from Brandon's data somehow? It's so cruel bringing him back like we did.
No, that's impossible. Memories don't work like that.
Let's just hope it was worth it.
Spending some time looking at just different open-sourced game engines. It's mostly for curiosity. There's a couple article ideas that I can take out of that, but I keep forgetting those. So I know they call it the HPL engine for the frictional stuff, but I might have been mistaken when I said that this one was made available. I know I think there's at least some components that are available for modding, but it might have just been Amnesia.
Just warming up the Dunbat for us. It's been collecting dust for months, so it might need a minute. Okay, that's it. That's everything. Let's go ahead and... That's weird. Never mind.
What do you need me to do?
Head inside the dock. The Omnitool can open the door now. And get into the Dunbat. Then plug me in, and I'll take us into the Abyss.
Sounds easy enough.
I remember pushing random buttons didn't really help earlier in the game. I think we caused someone quite a bit of pain doing that, but... Okay, so obviously I gotta lower it, but... Oh, there we go. Obviously, I wasn't paying close enough attention to Catherine, but... The biggest one for me is just finding... like, the Omnitool kind of seems to be the thing that I need to get set up. Or actually, maybe I just put... Yeah, hang on. I think I know what I was supposed to do. Like I said, I'm foggy. Well, that isn't it. This is an embarrassing way to start the stream, but... Okay, so we've got an intercom. We have... I guess an exit or a chute of some kind, which is enabled. We want to lower the Dunbat, which I would have assumed would be something that I could do at the control panel, but it seems like I need Catherine's help instead. Nearly logical. Thank you very much for 4 months at the channel. I apologize that you're going to have to put up with a sleepy streamer stumbling around the Dunbat. Maybe this is something that threw me for a loop last time too, but I thought there was an inventory. Actually, that might just be one of the Amnesia games now that I think of it. Sorry, just give me a second here. All right, well, between the two of us, maybe we'll make one conscious person. But yeah, so the drawback for me is that, you know, I have my, I'm just coming back to Soma after a bit of a break from it. Wonderful game. But I was absolutely not focused on Catherine telling me the next steps to take, and I don't think there is a way for me to sort of reload her. So yeah, this shouldn't be as hard as it is, and I thought it was like, okay, well maybe we need to, you know, bring her back to hangar control. That's clearly not going on here. Or that's clearly not it. This, yeah, not relevant. So it basically means that there's going to be an extended sequence of me trying to figure out something that's probably not a puzzle. But we will persevere. I'm very, very tempted to get something like a tea. Like I have a mint tea in front of me. But that's obviously not going to wake me up. That's really for the the warmth more than anything. Actually, I wonder if it's a power related thing. That didn't help. But yeah, anyways, full days, had a rough start to the morning, but yeah, I mean, essentially I want to, well, one, I want to try and get started at the proper time, because the problem now is that this is setting me up for something of a tricky, like a tricky week. It's like, I know you're supposed to get between like 7 or 8 hours of sleep, and it definitely, like, I definitely feel it. I would prefer to get 8 if I can. And in this case, it was 6.5 last night. And again, it's just one of these things where I'm still, you know, getting started at the position, so there's a lot of reading, there's a lot of work to be done. And the thing is that to do, you know, to do a proper stream, I'm Oh. Pff. To do a proper stream, that's going to take me past the hour that I would want to start sleeping. But yeah, anyways, it's just kind of setting up a series of, nights where it's like, it doesn't seem like it's too bad, but they all sort of start to add up. So. Oh, I think I remember what bit's coming up. The funny thing is, with the chromatic aberration, I had my contacts in today, and I took that. I was definitely feeling like I needed to take them out, but it's making me feel a bit weird to have so many visual imperfections in the game.
Wait, this isn't... Oh, no! WoW got to the Dunbat before we did, am I right?
Well, it was talking. That's rarely a good sign.
Damn it. The Dunbat was our best shot. I was really banking on this to work.
Come on, we can't quit now. There's gotta be another way. How do you think you did it? How did the team get the Ark down the Abyss in the first place?
If they didn't use the Dunbat, the only other way would be the climber at Omicron. It's like an elevator which supposedly reaches all the way down into the abyss.
Okay, so we do that. We go to Omicron and take the elevator.
Yeah, okay. Sure. We'll just head over to Omicron and hope there's a power suit that fits you. So you don't implode while in the abyss.
That does sound useful.
Alright, let's go then. Wait, what is this place? Seems to be a lot of information on the Ark here. There's a prototype and everything.
Okay.
Let's start it up. I want to see how it works. Maybe we can figure out how to get on the Ark.
You didn't know how to get us on?
Be.
My decision. I have decided to finalize the Ark with the scans we have. I'm sorry for all of you who wanted to go, but didn't get a chance to scan yourself before the project was put on hold. It's been 2 months since I've added a scan, and I don't see how I'll ever be able to win back the support you all showed when we started the project. I'm sorry, I never meant for anyone to take their lives. It was never my intention to fool anyone. I just wanted to save something. What's left? Apply the interface module, seal the Ark capsule, ask permission from 4Q, Brief. Vashkin, Lindwall, Peterson, and Hill take the shuttle to Omicron, pick up power suits, ride the climber into the abyss, regroup at Tau, head to the launch site, load the bullet, launch the Ark. Ark Attitude Survey. To gauge staff opinion, please fill out this short survey. Recently, it was decided that the Ark project would become Pathos 2's last official commitment. The staff has been urged to carry on with their duties despite Earth's catastrophic condition. I think the Ark project is the most logical step towards saving mankind, and that we should spend as much time and resources needed to complete it. To embark, every passenger needs to be flushed with electromagnetism using a pilot seat. These scanning sessions are known to cause nausea and headaches, sometimes lasting up to 3 days. I think temporary physical discomfort, no matter how severe, is a small price to save mankind. The Ark is built to fit a Ranger Mark 7 probe, meaning it could be shot into space with the Omega space gun, and technically survive for thousands of years living off the light from our sun and distant stars. I think the Ark should leave Earth behind and be launched into space. The digitization of humanity is an opportunity to make a quantum leap in our own evolution. The people inside the Ark will, out of necessity, be generated from existing genetic code, but could be altered to allow for cosmetic changes, ease aging, and even prevent death. I think we are at risk of losing our humanity if we were to rid ourselves of disease and our mortality. There are only 58 people left alive to be stored inside the Ark. A way to diversify and expand the population would be to introduce artificial intelligences that would in every way appear to be human, but with childlike and naive sensibilities. As we continue to explore the nature of intelligence, we may find a way to make them smarter in the future. I think even an inferior group of artificial people would benefit our society. Thank you for participating. This is how your colleagues voted. So, strong agree for Ark approval. Strongly agree for eternity among the stars. I'm just going for the majority. Majority strongly disagreed, although it definitely seemed to be fairly evenly split. Pain for gain. Interestingly enough, most just agreed rather than strongly agreed, and then agree for artificial evolution. Prep Arc with signal transmitter, power packs, TODS, FST kit, extra oxygen, P11 permission.
That's Phi, all right. Quick stop at Omicron, then Tau, then Phi.
Let's do it.
Amatsu power suit, proper usage. For the safety of you and your colleagues, 1. Put on the neoprene undersuit and body harness. 2. Check the HPS for any visual damages. 3. Starting with the legs, fix the parts onto your harness and work yourself upwards. Lock all the pieces together lock all the pieces together as you go. Let a partner help you with the back piece and the torso. 4. Tap secure button on your arm piece. This should you should hear the suit seal itself. 5. The suit will then start to equalize pressure and tap into the oxygen tank. 6. If the suit doesn't seal itself, flex the shock absorbers and try again. If it still doesn't work, do not try to fix it yourself. Contact maintenance. Note the HPSs are very heavy and the suit will compensate. You will effectively be stronger than you think you are. Be careful. Regular training applies. Don't hold your breath. Don't stay out too long. Don't dive too deep. Don't dive with malfunctioning equipment. High-pressure diving suits need to undergo a mandatory maintenance checkup before suiting up. Not doing so puts you into risk of oxygen poisoning, pulmonary edema, and death. Issued by Pathos 2 Security.
Wow, that's so cool. It's the whole gang.
A crew photo? Really? Who were you saving this for? The world was dead.
Thanks, Simon. I thought being an asshole wasn't invented until the 22nd century. Now I know better.
I do like some of Catherine's lines in this.
What's this thing?
That's just a compound examiner. Coster uses it to investigate structural integrity in payload frameworks.
Of course.
Could you maybe find it? I knew you were Rita. It would be a hell of a lot easier to figure out how to get you on the Ark.
Give it a try. Bit of a tight fit.
Can you reach the on switch?
Should I be worried about radiation?
I think we're beyond that. Interesting. You seem to be one with the diving suit you're wearing. Everything's meshed together.
How's that gonna work with the suit we're picking up at Omicron?
I think they're bigger. You should be able to wear them both.
Imogen? Who's that?
It looks like the basis for your body is one of my old colleagues. A standard Cortex chip for robots, including the data reader and the OcuTorch, has just been forced through the skull.
What?
Structure gel has fused the whole construction together. Amazing stuff.
No, hold on, back up. I'm one of your old colleagues?
Well, your body is. Imogen Reed.
That's disgusting.
Hey, don't say that. She was nice to me. Anyway, the Cortex chip is good news. That means we can transfer your mind to the Ark with a pilot seat.
Kath, I'm half a dead person.
Yes, it makes sense. Think about it. All those simplistic minds we've run into, just reviving a dead person doesn't seem to work that well. A robot body seems to make people a bit unreliable. You are the best of both worlds. A sound mind and a sound body.
I completely forgot about this, or I never
At least
saw
we
it
know how to get
before.
on the Ark.
Sort of. I understand the concept, but I don't know the specifics. I really wish we could figure out how the scan data is formulated and processed.
But yeah, neurological. It's actually kind of funny. You're one of a few people who, like, this is going to sound a little odd, and I mean, it's just probably one of these things where, it's the availability is more of a. The availability is more of the factor rather than it being on its own, but. I seem to find out, like, among my friends or just people who I know, it seems like scuba diving keeps coming up as something that they're getting into. And it's just... excuse me. Approximately 43.75, 896 terabytes, memory corrupted, simulation reconfiguration necessary. Memory corruption detected, please reduce memory footprint. Rigid, soft, fluid. What parts of reality do we want to remove? Where's lake? There we go. I'm being, I'm trying to put as many things as I can back in. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna work. So it needs some kind of water type. That needs... Ah, okay. So this is... Yeah, it's all well and good for me to play around with this stuff, but there is actually... there are a bunch of dependencies that are getting messed around with. Alright, so I need some type of light. So it needs some kind of water. The lake is the smaller of the two, so that needs... Huh. Alright. Anyways, yeah, so the thing I was gonna say, like, it's kind of funny where, like, every once in a while I'll run into someone who's just kind of taken up scuba diving, and it feels almost random, but then I also remembered, I think I feel like it was between the Linux kernel and Git, or maybe it was another one, but I'm pretty sure Linus Torvalds wound up doing, like, a scuba diving app, because he took it up. So... I don't know, I suppose every Linux user now needs to take up scuba diving. Okay. So dynamic light and fluid if it's full. And dynamic light and heat. Okay, so heat is 78. So then we need a water type. Now the lake is the larger of the two. But if I had a river, so fluid, rigid, and buoy. Rigid, soft, and buoy. And now we're out of memory. So maybe we don't go for the sun. Yeah, it's river or lake, so... There we go. Sparse. Hey, Eric. It's good to see you. Sorry, actually, I should ask if you prefer Sparse Game Dev or Eric. Um, I shouldn't be outing you like that to the world. Um, if you would like, I'd actually like to take a chance to. All right. Um, so first of all, I quite like watching Sparse Game Dev's channel. They don't have a regular streaming schedule, but Eric is an organizer for a local game dev meetup that I go to as much as I can. It's usually every third Wednesday of the month, although sometimes I miss it. He's part of a team, but is one of the people who's really made me feel incredibly welcome in the local game dev scene, despite the fact that I don't make games. Although, oddly enough, he may not remember this, but he's the only one, I believe, to play the only game that I had any kind of design role in during one of the presentations. For any of you who played that supply chain game that I collaborated with Valiant Cheese on. So Eric, Sparse Game Dev, was kind enough to volunteer for that very confusing game. But in addition to having a very impressive resume in terms of just in terms of the games that he's worked on, he's a remarkably gifted designer in his own right. Yeah, it was the one where it was during the lockdowns. It was the one where you organized the full supply chain for toilet paper. And the thing that was funny about that game was that the collaborator actually, you have a weird. It's kind of funny that you were the one to wind up playing that, because I actually found the person I collaborated with through you. It was the designer of Hive Time. And he invited me to collaborate on this project. Where he sort of wanted to talk about how bad it was that we have like just-in-time supply chains. And he knew I was an economist, and that I guess I'm technically not an economist anymore, but once an economist, always an economist. But yeah, so, and he knew that I was kind of interested in game development, again, maybe more academically. I'm not entirely sure the world needs another, dilettante in terms of game dev, but I'm obviously very interested in it. So he did invite me to come along and collaborate. But it was also kind of funny because I wasn't I think his whole idea, not to make that, sorry, this should be a shout out for Eric, but I guess the thing was that I didn't entirely agree with the diagnosis that there was actually just this huge hoard of toilet paper that was sitting there waiting to be used. And it wasn't, it was just-in-time supply chains that were ruining it for us. I kind of felt that there were maybe a few other factors going on. And so I thought one of the funny ways of realizing the differences, there's enough in there that if you want to believe that about toilet paper, you can get that. But the one bit of amusement I had for myself was that, I guess, as far as a game is concerned, you don't want it to sort of be trivially solved. And the thing that I kind of liked was that there is actually a way that you can quote unquote solve the game. There is actually a perfect set of parameters that you can pick for the three parts of the supply chain. But I've had people who I have worked with, like actual economists, who have gone to the same economics program that I do, and they can't find it. And so for me, there's my own little bit of propaganda inside of it where I sort of have just generally this idea. I'm not like a not a libertarian or anything like that, but I do just generally think that economies are very complicated things that you can't really expect one person to control. So while it is theoretically possible to come up with the perfect solution for that game, which incidentally is not the just-in-time solution, you do actually accept a degree of inefficiency in the one which you could just set and like walk away for 2 days and it would still be at its proper values. But yeah, so essentially it was just sort of like the more, it's almost like it's the worst idea for a game in the world from my in terms of how I balance that. But like the more you try to like wrench everything to just solve the immediate problem that comes up in front of you, the more you are committing yourself to like constantly trying to stomp out every single fire. So whether or not that constitutes good design or not, I did at least allow myself to make my collaborator happy in not realizing that I was making an argument that was quite counter to what I think they felt it was about, based on the conversation. But it was subtle enough that so I got to say what I wanted to say, but it was subtle enough that my collaborator didn't complain. And I mean, I learned a thing or two. Who knows? Maybe one. Well, you already know. Actually, so the other thing I wanted to say about Eric before I give the real thing to show off is he knows a lot about procedural generation and gave me a lot of really helpful resources to understand a bit more about it. I have been unbelievably busy, and so I haven't really been able to follow up as much on some of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of meetups. But Eric is one of the developers who I'm always kind of excited to see what he's been working on. There are a number of very popular indie games that he has worked on, but the one that I would like to draw your attention to now is Spring Falls, which I did do on the stream back when it was released in November of 2019, so many years ago. This is a truly wonderful little puzzle game about erosion. There's actually a side of me that wonders, like, you know, to a certain extent you have the theme. Maybe we can get the author's true vision on this. So I'm always kind of curious for this game what the time span is. Because if you're thinking of erosion, that is a very, very long period of time. And so this game, you have this pool of water, and you'll have a flower that you'll want to water. And usually, what you do that by connecting the water to the ground. You need to make sure all of the intervening tiles are connected to be able to make the flower blossom. But you know, it's a really wonderful game, and it has this so the last level just about did me in, but it has this really, really wonderful ending, which I strongly encourage you all to push through and get to. But it is indeed. Although I'm disappointed with the recent reviews. These people actually one of you just need to go buy the buy the game and bring that back out. Or maybe it's not because of maybe it's just because of the number of reviews that it's very instead of overwhelmingly. But the time span is sort of nebulous. I did have in mind that you wanted it to feel like a time scale beyond a normal. Yeah. So that was, for what it's worth. That was okay. So like, I've never I'm sorry for those of you who are here for Soma, but it's a rare chance for me to talk about this sort of stuff. So one of the things I actually kind of liked, so I've never been a fan of the kind of English class approach where you'll like read a poem and it feels like it's some weird like cryptogram or something. And, you know, if you haven't cracked the cipher, you know, then you're going to get like a C+ or something like that. And it's usually just something completely out of left field that the English teacher is telling you. And that's obviously very counter to what we really appreciate about art and what we really appreciate about these kinds of things, which is it speaks to us somehow. You may not necessarily be able to consciously say, here is the specific mechanism that caused. I mean, I suppose that's kind of what literary criticism might be doing, but usually for us as readers or players of games or things like that, you get there's just something that has spoken to you, and you kind of get that idea, even if you can't really come up with a really clear way of saying it. So one of my favorite things when possible is if I have an idea about a game and maybe what it's about or what somebody's intention is. And like, obviously this is different from somebody going up on a stage and saying, this was my intention in making this thing, right? It's more just, I experienced this thing and it said something to me, and I wonder if that was by design or if I wonder that's unique to my own little thing. So Sean, who is another person who I know from the meetups but I haven't seen in a while, he did this really amusing game called Definitely Not an MMO. And it was hilarious. Like, he's a very, very talented presenter. The room was definitely laughing a lot and really enjoying his stuff. But I remember talking with him later, and I said, "Is like, I don't like." I also found out after the fact that he was job searching, and so I sort of said, "Is like, this definitely reads like the kind of game from someone who's really frustrated at having to do like introductory level sort of UI tests or something like that." And that was apparently where that came from. He says, "Yeah, I never knew if anybody would pick that up," and it's like, absolutely. That was, yes, like, to me, it was like, yes, that is very apparent that you were frustrated about that. So it's one of these things where I never want it to be like trying to guess the code or whatever, but it's always really fun for me to hear what people had in mind. Because to me, when I play Spring Falls, I think of it as something which is absolutely taking place over, is there such a thing as geologic timescale? But yeah, anyways, that is effectively the mountain is sort of being worn down, which is not necessarily what your direct experience is, because you actually want to get on with your day and get on with the game. But anyways, thank you for indulging that, Eric. But anyways, I'm not just saying this because Eric is a really nice guy and a very good game developer. I actually think Spring Falls is a very special game, and if you do like puzzles, particularly if you like sort of relaxing or sort of thoughtful, the sort of thing that you put on and it doesn't matter what kind of day you had, it's just it's something that you're going to have a good time with, I strongly recommend Spring Falls. And again, I'll put that link in there. It's also very inexpensive, so I highly recommend you get it with the soundtrack. But anyways, the biggest thing that I can say here is if you are not going to pick up Spring Falls, at the very least you could follow him and watch him play some shmups. And hello, Ellen Ripley. If you're claiming to going back to the Atlantic, then I must insist on a transatlantic accent for the rest of the stream. I don't even know if I can put a coherent sentence together. Anyways, I'm sorry, Sparse Game. I don't know if you came by to actually watch Soma, and then I promptly took away the reason why you were stopping by. But hopefully you can get a coffee off of somebody picking up Spring Falls. No, we love tangents here. Oh, Ellen Ripley. Thank you very much for gifting that sub to a very worthy individual. Actually, sorry, there is one other thing before I go back into Soma, because it occurred to me that the most recent game is actually... Oh, I didn't notice that Praxis Fighter was out. All right. There's there's the itch page. So I was going to talk about Into Ruins, but turns out the shmup is now out, and it's an interesting one. I don't know how it's changed, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. Okay, let's see what's in the simulation.
Try loading a dummy scan. Shouldn't be that difficult. I just want to make sure I understand how the scan data is formulated before we start messing around with the real ARC. Run the simulation and then hit pause while the code is running. It'll give me a cross-section of the process. You need to pause while the dummy is loaded, otherwise I can't know if it's working or not.
I paused it.
Try pausing it when the dummy is loaded.
Maybe it's not loaded yet. My bad. Oh, hang on. I have to...
No, try again. The dummy needs to be loaded when you pause. You need to catch it while it's being loaded.
I'm
Yes, of course.
smart.
So precise, so perfect.
Nothing like admiring your own work.
What? Oh, right.
Are we done here? Can we go to Omicron and get my new suit now?
Yeah, we should get going.
Want to bring this arc as a backup?
No, that wouldn't work. This is just a prototype.
Good. I prefer to travel light.
Let's go. Don't forget to take me with you.
Can't confirm this is how you debug things. Breakpoints are a myth. I remember using a breakpoint in university. Now I just write flawless code. Alright, now if I recall correctly, at some point I get chased around this place by monsters. But it's been a while. I'm sure they're gonna love the sound of breaking glass in a minute. Out of curiosity, how many people have played this before?
Sarah, how the hell are we gonna make sure the Ark makes it?
Every launch is a crapshoot, you know that.
I just wish these numbers looked better.
What do you care? It's just a pack of data, right?
Oh, I think I went too far away from the source.
Sarah, how the hell are we gonna make sure the Ark makes it?
Every launch is a crapshoot, you know that.
I just wish these numbers looked better.
What do you care? It's just a pack of data, right?
Yeah, just a pack of data.
Okay, it's not that bad. So I know there's some mixed feelings about Amnesia. I quite like the Amnesia games, but my feeling has always been that Frictional has made sort of narrative games which happen to have like a horror element to them, as opposed to the focus being on horror games. And I think that maybe led to an unfair expectation for Soma, which is probably one of my favorite science fiction stories in a game. But it's, I mean, you can get from the atmosphere that it's a bit of a, it's not exactly a light game. I'm gonna put this thing down here because I think I'm going the wrong, well, maybe not. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going the wrong way. But yeah, so the basic idea behind this, there's a little bit of this game definitely builds some of these ideas up, but basically we start off as a someone who is in a car accident, and effectively we have this unstoppable bleeding in our head. And we go to... It actually takes place in Toronto. Someone who doesn't really play horror games, Amnesia was difficult for you to complete. You did eventually get through it, though. Okay. Well, this is probably a little much. I will won't focus too much on the... Actually, I seem to remember there was a creature that came after me in this room, and I thought that I was reacting to the disturbing images, when it turns out there was actually something trying to kill me. But no, I can definitely see, particularly some of the segments when you find out what the... I want to say Mandus, but that's the character in Machine for Pigs. Daniel, I think, is the name of the main character in Amnesia. Amnesia's definitely got some really troubling ideas in it. Remarkable connectivity, neural patchwork. Right downstairs in the shuttle. Okay, but as part of the as part of his treatment, he goes to this doctor. Again, it takes place in Toronto. He's doing his PhD, and one of the... Basically, he gets this brain scan done to try and figure out what's going wrong, and I'm pretty sure I'm dead. But yeah, so he gets a scan as part of his treatment, and at the moment that the scan happens, you wake up in what quickly is revealed to be this underwater lab. Doesn't look all that different from this.
Stromeyer, you there?
I hear you, Brandon. What do you got?
Akers and his critters are ferocious. They pick up on every move. There's no way past them.
Then we'll fight them. We got to get to the shuttle.
And end up like Shank and Adams? No way. Listen, I'll create a distraction and pull them to me. Get the gang to the shuttle station.
Wait, Brandon, what are you doing?
Don't worry, Alice. I'll look back as soon as you guys are safe. Just load up the shuttle and be ready to go.
Are you sure about this?
I don't plan to die today, sir. See you at the shuttle.
Um, yeah, so as you play the game, you eventually realize that while Simon, actually, you get to hear the final recording of you with Dr. Munchie, but essentially, you die of your of the wounds sustained in the crash. But what you wind up becoming is essentially like the prototype brain scan and like the dev kit for the technology that's eventually developed and sort of brought on. I think maybe you sign a waiver or something like that to do it. And so effectively, the reason why you wake up, many hundred years later in this underwater, I will read that in a second. I just figure it's probably not a good idea to be standing around when the bad guys walking in the area. Eventually, you just sort of realize that your consciousness has been uploaded into, and we actually just found this now, it's not just a diving suit, but a diving suit with the remains of a person inside of it. And it's a vehicle for a bunch of really interesting sort of philosophical problems. It's kind of like a big series of the kinds of thought experiments that you'd hear in kind of an undergraduate philosophy class, which I realize can sound very dismissive, but like I think it does a very good job of them. And one thing that I did find out after the game was released was there was a patch. Some people really said that the monsters actually detracted from the game, that the idea of having to sort of hide away sort of stopped them from enjoying it. So there was one where I think basically it just made the monsters have like no patrol, and they like they have absolutely no range, no sense or anything like that. And so some people said that it was a really unnerving experience to just see those monsters just standing there not doing anything. I actually don't mind the chases. I think they add something, but what Frictional did later do was they did add in sort of a kind of a story mode, which effectively made that mod more or less official. I'm sure there's a couple of things that are different, but Eric, I mean, it's hard for me to say, Amnesia was hard for you to get through, so you definitely want to play Soma, but it is a really, really well done game in my opinion, and I think probably we're going to be running into a couple of the examples of it, so I obviously don't intend to take up your evening, but if you're around for a bit, hopefully we'll run into some of those. System malfunction, lock limits, active, remaining resources 0. Okay. Alert dispatch corrupt, conference room corrupt, shuttle station corrupt, machine hangar, huge structure gel leak has caused the WoW to seize control over the Dunbat, forced quarantine to avoid further development. Last thing we need is another talking machine. Oh yeah, actually, so I don't want to I probably can't go into the whole every last detail, because like it's a game, it's meant to be experienced, but some of the really interesting encounters are, for the first part, when you haven't figured out that you are necessarily a machine, or the remains, or effectively you are not the flesh and blood person that you think you are at the. Oh, worms is a good thing to move on to, but yeah. So one of the things that's really interesting at the start is it doesn't come out and say that you are, you're the transferred consciousness. What you do instead is you encounter some robots that are utterly convinced that they are people, which of course raises the question about your own status. So anyways, yeah, it's definitely worth it. I don't know. I'm sure if you don't protect yourself by talking with someone else, I'm sure at one of the Dirty Rectangles meetups, I'm going to catch you in a corner and force you to listen to 90 minutes about this game, but no, it's a good one. Akers is not alone, at least proxy creatures. Check and seal doors, move downstairs, shuttle to Omicron. Thing is, some of these can't see, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to take my chances on this. He's gonna open the door. Maybe not. Alright, checklist. Survive the ARC project, stop people from killing themselves, send off, see in the team, keep people safe, enjoy the rest of Armageddon. So presumably the reason this thing is patrolling is because I'm eventually going to have a key card that I put in this. So I'm trying to remember if there was anything for me to actually use in this room or if it was just here to spook me. Okay, well, we were definitely here before. Oh, okay. I see where I got it wrong. Worm time. Enjoy. Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you for stopping by. I don't know if you're playing with someone, but if you are, take no prisoners. I'm sure there are better objects to throw at the window than this, but... I'm telling you, these gamer chairs get heavier every year. Ugh! Well, that was worth it. Where's the fire extinguisher when you need it? Oh dear. think we're just gonna wait here for another hour and a half and we'll call it a night, okay? Akers, January 16th, 2104. Terry Akers, age 66, male. One of the worst cases I've seen, and it's most likely his own damn fault. He blinded himself and clogged up his insides with structure gel. I'd be surprised if he ever woke up from the coma. Did make me think of Hart's absurd story about what happened at Lambda. Could it really be that the WoW is somehow able to change and rebuild the... Vanessa Hart, age 28, sex female. Hart appears to be in good shape considering the circumstances, only bruises and mild hypothermia caused by the long walk. It's difficult to corroborate her story as she is the only one to return. Catherine Chun, age 37, sex female. As usual, Chun is quiet and does her best to avoid eye contact. She doesn't want to be here, but Strohmeyer demands another evaluation. Chun isn't obstinate or dishonest, but she'd rather not speak if it can be avoided. She's a hard time dealing with people in general, including doctors. Catherine Chun is weak in character, perfect victim to be domineered and pushed around by others. She is a scared mouse I don't want to upset, so we sit quiet and pass the time. Conrad. Guy Conrad, age 41, sex male. Conrad is dead. He boiled his brain to a pulp with a WREM maser following the ARC neuroscan. Clearly another continuity enthusiast killing himself to take his place on the ARC. It's a very different character evaluation from the others for Catherine, I feel like.
Terry Akers, T-Factor Delta, first assessment. January 16th, 2104. What have you found in his diving suit? Unconscious. Water. Akers has clearly been consuming large amounts of structure gel. It's toxic. It's difficult to tell how this has affected his health beyond the obvious consequences. And if it somehow causes him to judge out his eyes. Small amounts of gel may be considered correctly safe to handle, but I can't recall ever hearing about any recommendations on how to use high exposure. Considering its properties, I doubt it's poisonous. Or exploring aspects of the code makes me think that the line is healthy to be unexpected. I think that we need to consult Dr. Eames and Omicron about this.
It was nice of him not to come and murder us while we're listening to the audio log. So presumably I need something a bit sturdier for the window, but the chair clearly doesn't cut it. I don't know how it got up behind me like that, but there's no way I'm gonna survive. The music really does it, Ellen Ripley. I've also not helped myself by not using any of the healing spots, but I've always imagined that that was connected to the WoW somehow. I'm trying to remember the line that that sort of is the tell for that. Anyway, I'm sure it'll never bother us again. It's kind of like that scene in that movie. I can't remember the name. It's one where like there's a bunch of aliens running around on this planet called LV-426. And yeah, anyways, so there's this like lady and this girl that get like caught in a med bay with one of the aliens, and they have to like set the fire alarm to have people notice and escape. Anyways, I think it's called the Marines of LV-426. But oh, hello, Brandon. Mine. Feminist Spoke Space Lady, 1979. I thought that one was the 1980s movie. Made by the same guy who did First Blood 2, Rambo. Well, wrote at the same time by the guy who wrote First Blood 2, Rambo. I feel like you've just walked home from the gym at 2 a.m. That's a really good way of putting it. Okay, so I did want to hear that other audio log, but...
Stromeyer,
Brandon, where are you?
it got out of hand. I'm in sector RD4. Did you get everyone downstairs?
Yeah, we're safe for now. But you need to get moving. They're gonna figure out where we are and come for us.
Don't worry about it. The stairs are blocked, and I killed the elevator. Pulled the connector chip from the lock.
Fine. That means you're stuck as well.
Only way to keep you guys safe. Take the shuttle, go to Omicron.
God damn it, Juan. You just had to be the hero, you bastard.
Good luck, sir. Tell Alice I love her.
Hi! I will confess, one of my favorite little visual tricks is the digital glitching. Like, you know, so this is if you've ever worked with a lot of high definition recording is done on like some kind of drive, but there are definitely some cases where you'd use tape. And this is also true, like, back before HD was much more widespread, a lot of broadcasts, so like, you know, like a local TV station, for instance, you'd very often see that they they would usually usually use things like Betamax, just because it was a higher quality to keep the masters on. Panel chip connector security keys 2327 C819733823 standard theta cipher. Sure. Guess technically you can't get in here now. Either I picked the wrong one or this game hates me. Oh, you can go right to hell. Making me chase this guy. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was talking about. I'm too paralyzed with fear to... This probably isn't even where I need to go.
There's something not hooked up right.
Oh, buzz off. This is gonna take me a while to get back to any kind of fighting shape, but I might actually be able to survive. So the problem is in this state, it's very, very slow to move. So even if I want to kind of go around in caution, it's quite a bit more costly than it normally would be. So I'll confess I'm a little lost when it's talking about the clamps, but we'll figure it out. I am in the wrong part of the building. Actually, it probably wasn't as bad as I thought. The thing is, I can't really afford to be cute anymore just because of the... I'm pretty sure he's gonna kill me. Yeah. So it could be that there is... Well, no, like, there couldn't be something else for me to unlock because it doesn't let me go back to the unlocking. That was an unfortunate time for that one to turn around, so I think we've got a big circle again. It's probably going to be more of an obstruction for me when it comes right down to it, but... Yep.
Soma,
Brandon, where are you?
it got out of hand. I'm in sector RD4. Did you get everyone downstairs?
Yeah, we're safe for now. But you need to get moving. They're gonna figure out where we are and come for us.
Don't worry about it. The stairs are blocked, and I killed the elevator. Pulled the connector chip from the lock.
Fine. That means you're stuck as well.
Only way to keep you guys safe. Take the shuttle, go to Omicron.
God damn it, Juan. You just had to be the hero, you bastard.
Good luck, sir. Tell Alice I love her.
Yeah, so I'm getting... Oh, hang on. It's as easy as this. I'm starting to think this is maybe not the best game emotionally to be playing when you haven't had a whole lot of sleep. Actually, on the note of that 1979 classic Ellen Ripley, have we talked about the film Dark Star? Because I know we talked a little bit about Dan O'Bannon's script for Alien, but I don't know if we ever wound up talking about one of the inspirations for that movie. Oh, so you've seen it? Well, screw that. Game over. Yeah, so there's actually a scene in that is the inspiration for Alien. I don't know if you remember the beach.
It's okay.
What?
It's over now. Relax.
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Hanging out, like couples do.
We're not...
You don't want me?
Yes, of course, but... What happened?
We fell in love.
I actually don't remember any of this. I feel like I gotta play this a third time now after you know, I actually had kind of cause to check it out again. I was debating on picking up a Criterion subscription because they actually had Dark Star in it, but it was... There's no way to find out who that is. I think it was going out of the service like within the week, but like the streaming one. I don't know if there's a Criterion like DVD or Blu-ray, but I'm assuming I don't get another cutscene with my beloved if they catch me. Although that looks like that's one that can only hear. Anyways, I know it's been like a long time, but I think that show's got a really good ending. Dear. So I know I need to go through that door, but I'd rather put some distance between me and the baddie for a bit. Actually, one thing I might be able to do. Hello, Aegis Sound dear. How you doing? Can't say this is the wisest decision to open this thing with those noises, but I don't have a ton of other options. That's very good to hear. I'm quite tired, but otherwise okay. And in this game, we will find out how we are in a few minutes. I think I'll be fine, but... I think I just went past this spot. Well, I couldn't have because there isn't any other... There's room for everyone. I feel like this is just going around in circles, but... Yeah, so this is by the same company that did the game Amnesia, and then sort of the Amnesia series has kind of gotten a few more entries now. But this was their follow-up to their very successful horror game, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And it's a much more science fiction story, definitely dealing quite a bit with sort of questions of identity and consciousness. So I think as long as I stay quiet, I'll be fine here. You start off as a someone who is in a car accident, who basically has this constant bleeding in his brain. So you go in for a scan, and through doing the scan, you sort of wake up in this place, this very unpleasant underwater kind of lab. And you do eventually discover that you died. That is basically the scan didn't discover what it was supposed to. And the reason why you have woken up in this place is that you donated your scan to science, essentially, and that you are basically the test model, like the dev kit consciousness for all the technology that was developed afterwards. So to you, you experience this continuity between you going in for the scan and then waking up in this place, where in fact your flesh and blood had died, and you were, it's essentially a copy of you that's been activated, and it's not even a particularly unique copy. It's just. Well, that must have annoyed whatever is in the room with me. I wonder if you hallucinate this discoveries. Well, so this is one of the big things, is that the game. I mean, the game starts with a quote from Philip K. Dick about reality being that which remains once you stop believing in it. Or I can't remember the exact quote. Actually, I'm tempted. If you can just give me a second here, I'll find the exact quote. So the one version I've heard, reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. I don't know if that's what Soma starts with, but... But there is a big question in terms of, first of all, where you are, and second of all, again, I'm assuming this thing is... Oh, maybe not. A lot of what I talked about here, you've been watching a YouTube channel, Cinema Therapy, and you've been really liking every episode so far. What's the channel about? I'm assuming cinema, but cinema is a big topic. Feel free to share. But yeah, so a lot of what I just talked about does actually make up a large part of the game, and there are questions about whether or not what you're experiencing is necessarily something to be taken at face value. So there's a completely reasonable question at the start about whether or not you're even human. Nope. And then, of course, there are natural questions that follow from that, which is, you know, why am I here? Like, what's going on? And I think there's a reasonable argument to say that not everything's really quite been fully explained yet, but it's certainly, like, we have the basics. Like, essentially, where we are in the story, we've sort of recognized that the person who we thought we were isn't around anymore. You actually hear a recording of sort of yourself with the doctor that you did the scan with. It's sort of the last recording of you agreeing to be, you know, to donate your scan. A licensed therapist and a filmmaker show how they are friends and appreciate the therapeutic methods presented in recovery. Oh, so they'll watch... I mean, this is a terrible example for it, but like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and maybe say that this isn't the way you should treat patients. I'm assuming that they do the positive end of that, not the negative end, but for whatever reason, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was the first thing I thought of. I'm assuming that sound is to discourage me from going back to that room. Osmond Meow! Folks, I was actually going to take a second for some tea, but I didn't realize that I believe that's, I think you pronounced these, so I believe you said Oswin was your cat's name. And actually, I should have asked ahead of time if you wanted to be shouted out, but I'm very happy to say, so Oswin Meow we know from, you know, stopping by and watching Book of Hours, being very pleasant in the chat and bringing a bunch of people in. But I actually had the great pleasure of being able to watch their broadcast. And I had a lot of fun watching Disco Elysium, which I also believe you were playing today. I unfortunately didn't get a chance to catch that because I was already late in playing Soma. Excuse me. But I had a lot of fun in your channel, even though I couldn't be the most engaged of viewers. So I know you said you were just starting, but it is a lot of fun to hang out. And as long as you enjoy doing it, I definitely would encourage you to keep going because, first of all, you seem to have a few people who really enjoy what you do. And second of all, I really enjoyed what you do. So... Now this is a change of pace from Book of Hours. We did technically finish Book of Hours. Now I will be coming back to that game, but I think it's going to be on YouTube for a while I catch up on some of the other things that I play. But I don't know if you've ever heard of or played Soma. This is a very wild but very interesting science fiction sort of horror-like game.
Let's find Omicron.
My only regret is a lot of what I've been talking about in terms of the story has been sort of backwards looking. I haven't quite run into a lot of the stuff that talks about the character. We've been chased by the baddies for the last little while. Although here's the deal, in 5 to 8 minutes I think I'm going to take a small break so that I can have some more tea. Because I'm definitely feeling... Well, the tea's not going to wake me up, but the tea will at least warm me up.
This is Omicron? Hope they saved me a diving suit.
Hey, come on! Open up! What is this shit? Armor for the apocalypse?
Omicron is in quarantine. This is why they didn't answer our call.
Hello!
Christ, Strasky, it's called a radio. They're not gonna hear you better if you scream.
Jonesy, are you okay? Look, I know you're the strong silent type, but I need you to say something every now and then so I know you're all right. Jonesy? Jones,
Open up!
Fuck's sakes. Let's try the annex again. Maybe we can break in.
we're losing Jonesy. We need to get her inside.
Well, get in line!
Alvaro, there's nothing we can do for her right now. Hit the stasis switch and let's check the annex.
Actually, oh, that is very interesting. I feel, again, so I'm not particularly good with any of the sciences, if I'm completely honest here. But of them all, biology is the one that I probably had the least exposure to after high school, although not for lack of interest. But I feel like a lot of the biology of aging has been getting a lot of press coverage as well. I realize some of it is probably the the venture capital types kind of going in and spoiling it for everyone else. But is this something that you always kind of wanted to do once you sort of found an interest in the field, or is it something that you sort of worked into? I'm sorry I don't have a more meaningful question to ask than that, but like I said, I know enough chemistry to develop film, which is to say none at all, because obviously you just follow the directions. I know enough physics to be able to, know a thing or two about lenses and how they work. And then the rest of it is basically social sciences and about as much math as I could could handle. A particular area is how DNA is interpreted and how that process breaks down with age.
Where am I going? This isn't safe.
I don't think there could be a clearer sign from the game saying I shouldn't be going here, but... basically, epigenetics covering how your genes are expressed, and your epigenome becomes messed up in old cells. Sorry, I realize you're responding to Aegis, but am I easily startled? It's a tough call, actually. Sometimes the weirdest stuff will make me jump. But when it comes to games like this, not really. Yeah, so that I'm gonna fall to my death for sure. I will tell you the one part that really startled me in a frictional game. All right, that's maybe if we push it again, it'll work. The one that really got me was Amnesia: The Dark Descent, or not? Sorry, not The Dark Descent. Justine. For those of you that have done it, I do like to try and play it so that, you know, I save the victims. But the third one in the area with all the water, and the sudden pounding on the door. I think it's impossible to do that and not just immediately leap out of your skin once that pounding starts. Okay, I was actually going to ask Oswin, because again, I'm not familiar with your field, but I have unfortunately had to learn a bit about cancer due to a family member being affected. And some of what you were describing in terms of the aging and the breaking down, I was wondering if that was related. Do you ever talk about this stuff on your stream by any chance? Or are you purely about the games? So the other possibility is we go up. Well, that's kind of where I'm at right now, but it's mostly I'm kind of fighting my sleepiness, and then trying not to perish in stupid ways. Okay, so that's where we came from. This is where I thought we should go. Pressurized door. We push this. Doesn't do anything. We can try to hop down. Well, yeah, I guess. Nobody's got a problem with heights, right? And we just got to see the sights. And that's a particular shame because I have no idea how we're going to get back to the places we need to be. Is it actually so simple that I was looking the wrong direction and I just need to go around? Not unless I can find a way. So it looks like there should be a ladder here. Maybe there is, it's just broken. But it seems like... All right. I mean, the other possibility is I'm completely mistaken about this entire section. And I should believe the game when it says, what am I doing? This isn't safe. So I'm gonna get my bearings again and see either one, if there's another way in, or number two, if I can get some new perspectives. Okay, so Omicron, can't do that. This is the dialogue we saw before. From this dialogue, it said we were supposed to... Mr. Handy, thank you very much for the follow. I don't know if I'm familiar with Serenity. Is that... That isn't related to that Firefly series, is it? I haven't seen either, but... Oh, fair enough. Okay, so it looks like this is my only option. But it's been longer than the 8 minutes that I was working on. I'm going to take a very small break. I apologize because I realize I've not been very coherent today. But I do need to refill my drink, and I really don't like it when people tell me how to play the game. I'm going to get some tea, and I'm going to get over that, and I'm going to do what I can to make the last hour better than the preceding two. Sorry, it seems like it's going to be quiet for a little bit. I wish I had a better way of entertaining you all. Enjoy some ads. I don't know. I'll be back as soon as I can, but it's going to take a couple minutes for the kettle to boil. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully the ads have cleared. And yeah, I guess the only thing I can say, Callie, I don't want to make like a big deal about it, but it's just whether or not people have played the game or not. In the end, what I try to do is, I don't have a cam. I don't really have anything else in terms of engagement. Really talking about the game is the only way I can do that. And some people take that as either a request for help or a need for help. But really, like, me playing the game is the only thing I have to offer. Otherwise, it just becomes Twitch plays. And I know that works for some people and it doesn't work for others. And I have tried every possible way on the broadcast to deal with it, but it just keeps happening. So the best way for me to handle it is just to say, when is not working for me. So, again, like I don't hold like lifelong grudges or anything along those lines, but the biggest thing is just, I have to signal it, because every time that I've tried to loosen the rules on it, I have always wound up regretting it. And so it means that I'm stricter than what some people think is appropriate. But like I said, it doesn't have to be a big deal. And hello, Mr. Handy. Thank you for the earlier follow. So let's see if we can make more sense. So the first one, obviously, when there's like an audio cue and the monsters are beside you sign, I usually take that as a big signal that I'm not supposed to be here. There's not really anything else for me to do. Now, we've been here, we were actually at the same spot, not this like physical same spot, we were in a similar space in terms of how the game works. When it came to the was it the what do they call it? It's not the bathysphere. It's the thing that like went conscious when we turned it on and started yelling. And that was just a matter of plugging in the terminal. Now, unfortunately, we don't have plugs here, right? We've got a button, which we sort of feel like we could press, but that's all we've got. There isn't really a signal in terms of saying, is like, okay, instead of here, you should go to this other place. And as far as my attention is concerned, I'm definitely interested in this upper level here, but the paths that I would normally associate with getting up there, these things, all of them are broken. They don't let me go into them. So again, we'll figure it out. It's usually something small. But I'm not in a particularly sharp frame of mind right now. I think it's possible when I played this the first time, I think I gave it a shot and just like jumped into the abyss, but that's the game's been pretty clear that you can't do that. You'd be crushed. And then as far as I can tell, this little area here isn't really for me to visit. It's for me to get out from when I try to go onto these lower areas here. So I think the thing that weirds me out a little bit about this area is that the movement is quite a bit more restricted than any of the other ones. And all of the immediate paths that I have are sort of closed off to me. So, I mean, I can try and turn it into a jumping puzzle and go to other parts of the structure, but I just don't really see what that would accomplish. So, I'm going to go back to the door and hope that I don't perish on the way. Actually, there's also the possibility that I head down somewhere lower here. This isn't the sort of thing you just pull in and out.
Hey, come on! Open up! What is this shit? Armor for the apocalypse?
Omicron is in quarantine. This is why they didn't answer our call.
Hello!
Christ, Strasky, it's called a radio. They're not gonna hear you better if you scream.
Jonesy, you okay? Look, I know you're the strong silent type, but I need you to say something every now and then so I know you're all right. Jonesy? Jones,
Open up!
Fuck's sakes. Let's try the annex again. Maybe we can break in.
we're losing Jonesy. We need to get her inside.
Well, get in line!
Alvaro, there's nothing we can do for her right now. Hit the stasis switch and let's check the annex.
Oswald, I can completely see why one would believe. Okay, actually, this is funny. So at my workplace, no, I totally get it, but it's actually a really good point. So the reason why I want to riff off of that is because at my workplace, I was talking with one of my coworkers, and they had some interesting books on their desk. So like there's a couple about like code breaking in World War II and things like that. And we kind of got to talking, and I talked about a couple of books that I liked, which was Simon Singh's The Code Book. And if you haven't, like, the Code Book is very good, but there's also, he did, I think, an earlier book on Fermat's Last Theorem, and there's a Horizon documentary as well as the book that he's written, and that was very enjoyable. I think even if you're not particular, I mean, you have to be a little bit of a nerd, like, to like that sort of stuff. But I think as far as popular science goes, I definitely feel that it's a good one. But anyways, so I mentioned that, and then I mentioned the fiction book. I'm a Neil Stephenson fan, so I mentioned Cryptonomicon, and they weren't familiar, so I sort of said as like the thing. So I brought it into work, so if they want to read it, they can. But the funny thing about that is, like, reading it now after Bitcoin and stuff like that, it reads like a very, very different book, just because, like, cryptocurrency wasn't really a thing. I can't see how going back here would make any sense, but I can see how going around the edge might mean something. And it reminded me a lot of, there's I can't remember what version I have for Neuromancer, but it's probably like a 25th anniversary edition or something like that. But William Gibson kind of writes an introduction to this, and he, talks a little bit about the effect that the book seems to have had on sort of the popular imagination and such. And also how strange it would be to read it nowadays. It says, to the reader, I say something to the effect of, actually, you know what? Just give me 1 minute. I might actually have a copy of it in the other room. That must have been an interesting one. Yeah, I definitely got some more fiction reading done, but I didn't have the courage to read anything like The Plague. So, yeah. So this is from the introduction to the edition I have of Neuromancer. It's a few pages long. I won't read the whole thing, but what was it? So, I was recently told that Neuromancer has sold more than 1 million copies. It would be over the past 2 decades, and I assume in either North American editions or English language editions. Abroad, it's managed to get itself translated into most of the languages that books are translated into, though not yet, as far as I know, Chinese or Arabic. This is something like having an adult child one never hears from, but who evidently does quite well, travels widely, and seems to meet interesting people. My real sympathy, though, is with a bright 13-year-old curled up on a sofa somewhere, 20 pages into the book, desperate to get to the root of the mystery of why cell phones aren't allowed in Chiba City. Hang in there, friend. It can only get stranger. And signs off with Williams. So, I mean, again, like, obviously the famous opening to Neuromancer, right? The sky above the port was the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. Well, now that actually means it's a really nice day. But apparently old TVs were very grim. And I mean, this sort of stuff is always going to happen. But yeah, in the case of Cryptonomicon, it's definitely a case of either something that inspired a particular set of interests, or was inspired by the same things that later turned into inspirations for real life products. And of course, on top of that, if I'm talking about Neil Stephenson, then of course there's the Metaverse and Snow Crash, which actually there's a really cool new edition of Snow Crash that's out. I was very tempted to buy it, but I'm trying to minimize the number of sort of impulse purchases that I make. And but yeah, that's the one that coined the term Metaverse. Still, I think it's a very entertaining book nowadays, but yeah. I had to mention those interests off of your comment. But yeah, like I, as you said, you were just joking, but you can definitely see how you get a very different perspective on this particular game. The biggest thing is this is definitely a very good science fiction game. My one regret is the stuff that I've been doing has hasn't really been touching on some of the more interesting sci-fi themes, but this is definitely something kind of in the spirit of Philip K. Dick, definitely asking questions about, what reality. I mean, it opens with a Philip K. Dick quote about reality, and definitely the idea of the consciousness being transferred. I mean, we know for sure now that we're a consciousness in a diving suit, but it does play with whether or not that's what we are, or if we just think about it. Or sorry, if this is just the impression that we're under. And I don't know if we'll get to it, but there's definitely a couple of other interesting things that this game does with the premise. And Aegis is back on epigenetics, which again, I'm not qualified to really talk about. Positive reinforcement that helps development, but in the long term, negative reinforcement doesn't exist. Longevity. Ah. Before flushing, make sure to open the valves and turn on the pump. I don't think I can. Well, what's the worst that could happen, right? Oh, here we go. Doesn't Douglas Adams rate us the third most intelligent life on the planet? After there's dolphins and mice. Sorry, I realize Douglas Adams doesn't need to... that we know of. We can hope for a couple more. We're just gonna go and hide in this filing cabinet for the next hour or so. I can hope for more Hitchhiker's books. Oh god, there was a point I was gonna make before the game got exciting. Here's a weird story for the thing that seemed to really offend someone on Twitter. And it's Twitter, right? It's an outrage machine. I probably shouldn't be surprised by this. But actually there is a video of the composer making a few tracks for this using it's like a digital wind instrument. It's a really neat little one. I wish I can play the trumpet, but I'm not entirely sure I'd be able to do anything quite like what they do with this one. But yeah, on the question of whether or not there are higher or lower life forms, I had this weird. So basically, this is the oddest. So number one, it is the oddest set of circumstances, and then the fact that this seems to be the one that really offended someone. So I was reflecting on the fact that over time, so when you're little, you don't really think that much, so if there's a spider or something like that, you don't like spiders, you don't really think anything of stepping on it or something like that. And I don't really know when I stopped doing that, but I do remember having a pretty conscious thought one day of saying am I really the sort of person who would kill a thing because it's inconvenient, right? Now let's be honest here, right? I react pretty much the same way that everyone else does. If a spider kind of parachutes down from the ceiling, I'm gonna be as surprised as the next person, but my inclination is to put the thing in my my hands and escort it to a less inconvenient place. But and I'm not a vegetarian, or I'd actually like to be, but I have trouble enough getting proper diet as it is anyway. But the thing that I found really funny is that without going into too much detail, so number one, I've played I've played fairly violent games. I don't really think anything about the thousands of people I mow down in The Division, or a Tom Clancy thing, or Wolfenstein or something like that. And then there's a part of your job is to sacrifice mice for. See, yeah, this is the fun thing that's kind of odd to me. I've never been that bothered by that, Oswin, and I actually remember there was I'd applied for the military at one point. This is quite some time ago. And I remember being asked the question, in the course of your duties, you may be asked to take a human life, would you be okay with that? And I remember kind of thinking at the time that that is a fairly profound question to be asked, to sort of take a fairly stark decision like that and to essentially put that in the hands of another person. But I mean, I did say yes. It's not like, oh yeah, I can't wait to kill people. This is probably the biggest part of the job. But like if you do, at least in the Canadian Forces, you're a soldier first and then your specialization. If anybody saw me, you would know that I am absolutely not going to be some kind of frontline infantry or something like that. Now I didn't join the military like that. I've never had to ask. Yeah, I've never had to see what the real answer to that question was. But like the fact of the matter is that between the video games and the fact that I have actually had the question be asked of me, I did think it was just a little odd, that set of priorities that I demonstrated. And obviously there's a million gaps present in that, right? Like it's possible to have a completely coherent worldview that incorporates these all of these different beliefs and all of these different actions. But it was just a casual reflection that I sort of had, is like, I seem to have been put more thought into, or seem to have put a higher value on, animals and insects than I do on human beings. I apparently don't value humans that much. Not actually trying to sound like some weirdo. Like it's more of, just how absurd it is to spend that amount of time thinking about it. But what I did not know at the time was there's a friend of mine who works in games, and I'd made some sort of ironic observation. I think it was something about like the idea, and I know people get mad whenever I bring this stuff up, but like the idea of the Gamergate crowd sort of saying that the games industry has been taken over by this ideological group that's sort of trying to force equality and I don't know what other take your pick of whatever social agenda they don't like, and the sort of silly irony that I was pointing out is like that actually describes an incredibly hopeful view. Like that's technically a very positive and progressive point of view compared to the reality for most indies, I think, because of course I think most indies would love to have that level of control over the games industry. So again, the point of this is not to say, oh, aren't these people, actually good and progressive minded. It's just, kind of pointing out the silliness of the belief in relation to the reality. And yet somehow someone decided to make a connection between these two things, and somehow say that this was, I think they were like a producer at EA or something like that, and somehow say that this was specifically about them, and that I said that I didn't value their life. And somebody eventually said, "Is like, what is this about?" And of course, I had no idea that that I was the subject of this Twitter thread. But all that being said, I do find it kind of funny the one point where I'm arguably at my most gentle, which is my question of am I the sort of person who would kill a thing as a matter of convenience. That is the one thing that apparently somehow got twisted into I have now apparently uttered a death threat towards a producer or something. Anyways, that was a long road to go, but I don't know. I mean, obviously, Oswin, how someone, I mean, again, like I said, it's Twitter, it's an outrage. People who want to be mad on Twitter are going to be mad on Twitter. I'm not above apologizing if someone does feel, that they felt that. Like, I don't think people should feel bad for me, the things that I've said. But on the other hand, right, like, you do need to keep some perspective. Like, I'm not entirely sure like, what it usually comes down to is this. whenever somebody is ready to talk about, how X, Y, or Z bad thing that I put on a blog or whatever, because I think somebody had found a blog that I'd written when I was in high school or something like that, and there were some things that they didn't like in there. And the only thing I needed to say is like, okay, look, there are some things that can probably be phrased better in this, but like, let's just be honest here. No one goes looking at, these historical posts because they really love the stuff, right? The only reason you were looking was because you wanted to find something that you would be angry about, and you found it, right? So, yeah, exactly. So it's like, I am not, I am as capable of intemperate remarks as anyone else. When I need to apologize, I'm not above, apologizing. But, let's face it. If you are going to go somewhere to try and find something to be angered by, and then you're going to demand an apology for going and finding exactly what you're looking for. It's kind of like, was it Samuel Johnson when they did the first dictionary, and the delegation of these very proper high society ladies come and tell him, it's like, oh, thank you, Dr. Johnson, for not including any indecent words. And apparently his apocryphal response is, and thank you, good ladies, for so diligently looking for them. I he said it better than I possibly could, right? But again, it's. I also don't want to be the sort of person who will never back down for on principle. It's not that hard to say sorry for something that maybe you would have said differently. I just think the thing is, I'm not entirely sure how I could have said the thing that someone got snippy with me for, when it's largely a very pacifist kind of point of view. We reserve these types of remarks only for open bars and work conferences, never to wear. Yes, you're a much smarter person than I am for that. Although I think we've already established that because you do real science. But yeah, the thing you were going to say about the lab mice, this is something that I've never been, like I said, I mean, the individual kind of needs to sort out where they stand on this. The funny thing is that I've never found that kind of like that work. Like in the end, there's a purpose behind it, right? Not every experiment is going to work, and obviously, there are some issues that people have with animal testing in other circumstances. But I think there is just something different between, like, someone casually killing an insect, which for some reason does actually profoundly bother me, as opposed to, the types of work that we do in the lab, or animal husbandry, or any of the other types of things. I do think there is something, you want to be humane with any animals. I think one thing people don't realize with films, it doesn't matter if it's insects or not. There's always an animal handler. So it's like, you've got the cute little cat and the cute little dog, and you'll shoot your scenes with them, and of course there's an animal handler in that. But even if it's insects, right? Like, even if it is, cockroaches that you're filming, there is an animal handler, and they absolutely make sure that every single one of them are accounted for, and they're that they're not harmed. So like, if you see someone crush a bug in a movie, chances are it's some sort of like mustard packet underneath their shoe or something like that. And I think that's probably the right way to go about it, right? Because, I don't know, like, I'm not like Nietzsche with the horse, I'm not going to, put my arms around it and, beg the person to stop whipping it. But, it's, I don't know, there's just something, it feels kind of indecent to just kind of casually, take something out like that. I don't know. Like I said, I've got a very odd sense of priorities. Thank you for engaging too, Oswald Meow, because I sometimes find myself in the same boat where I don't have as much to say as some would like. So I always appreciate it when people in the chat are able to kind of pick up the slack that I've left.
I'm not getting anything. I can't read him like the others. Catherine?
What?
There you are.
Where are we?
We're right next to Omicron, a smaller building connected to the main site. Can't you tell?
No, my view is pretty limited. There's some heavy restrictions on my system access. Did you find a power suit?
Not yet. Trying to figure out how to get into Omicron, the big building.
Oh, okay. Keep up the good work.
That's it? You got nothing?
Good luck.
Thanks. Kath, how are you so okay with all this?
With what?
Being a talking box, for one thing. Not being human.
It's not so bad.
So, you're not bothered at all by not having a body?
I'm getting there. You're making me feel really self-conscious.
Come on, be serious.
I never felt that comfortable being human in the first place. This isn't much worse.
Not being able to move would freak me out. Glad you got the box and not me.
Would make it a little easier to help out if I had a body, but you're doing a good job.
Just figured being able to stretch a little would give you some ease.
My physical constraints don't translate to my experience very well. I feel about as human as before, but as if suspended in air. Which is kind of interesting now that I think about it.
By the way, my apologies, Ellen Ripley, if you're still around. I didn't see your messages until now. Just
Kath,
bear with.
why do you think I was made? Why would this AI, the WoW, bring me here?
I don't think we could ever know. I have my own beliefs, but nothing that can be verified.
Tell me, why do you think the WoW brought me here?
The WoW had a range of assignments, but they all sprung from one single idea: preserve humanity. When the comet hit the Earth, killing everything, leaving a fraction of humanity left alive, the WoW started to compensate.
It's restoring humanity.
I think so, but I don't think we share its definition of human. Or life, for that matter.
Catherine, are we alive?
That's an impossible question to answer. We lack meaningful definitions.
I just figured there must be a way to know. To know if this life is worth living.
You assume you've changed so much, but have you really?
I don't know. I don't feel so different. But the world sure does. I never realized how much the idea of myself depended on where I am.
How do you mean?
I miss Toronto. Not because my friends and family are there, but because I know where I fit in. In Toronto, I know who I am.
That's an interesting observation.
Not 100% sure if there's anything for me to... Full power! Oops. Okay, I think that thing's broken, so... Oh, and of course that's broken too. Out of power. All right. That is unkind of the game to make me think while I'm this sleepy.
River, do we have any painkillers left? This tinnitus is becoming crippling.
Sorry, we only have heavy stuff left. Morphine level drugs.
I'll take it. Feels like my head is about to explode.
Can do, that's stuff for emergencies. Besides, Cameron thinks the ringing will settle when JR reaches 100%.
Then tell him to hurry the fuck up.
Should be a matter of hours. Just hang in there.
Keep me posted.
Yeah, well, I have this thing I need to take care of, so I'll talk to you later, okay?
Sure thing, Herb.
He must have overloaded his black box.
Humans have black boxes?
Here we do. Company policy. It records your vitals to help medical personnel treat you in case of accidents.
That's how I can hear the dead.
Right. Yeah, you should be able to data mine black boxes, just like the intercom of Theta.
That's very nice of you to say. You just... that's not true. Well, actually, okay, so are you trying to suggest, Oswin, that perhaps Disco Elysium is a documentary for you? That you don't play it for the role-playing experience so much as you play it to just look in the mirror.
There has to be a way to cancel the lockdown. Have a look around the room.
Did you do that, Catherine?
What?
Never mind.
I completely forgot the face.
I think I solved it. Why do I get the feeling that we just got lowered into the back of a van?
Or what do they call it? Is it the face or the look? 2098-1009 timestamp 1098-1009 Wolchek. Note: update enables black boxes failsafe CRTH4 Carthage implemented. 2099 July 11th Golaski standard 4xb extension. Okay, I think this is all just black boxes. Note: stuff needed to make the crane work again. All up to Alan now. Unnecessarily security update for paranoid loud drafts. Dead people don't fight. That's a remarkably charitable. That is a remarkably charitable way.
Omicron retracted the quarantine shutters. Lockdown canceled.
Something wants us to come inside.
And we want to go inside. What's the problem? Come on, let's get going.
That is a remarkably charitable way of putting it. I feel probably vicious enough at times to just go beyond self-applying, but. Presumably it's not going to let me undo the... Nope, never mind. So yeah, in the end, all the hemming and hawing about the structure outside wasn't necessary.
fucking open! And nobody's answering to anything! What kind of cold-hearted motherfuckers would just leave us out here to die?
Don't you get it? They're dead. They're all dead.
Yeah. You're right.
How can you be so calm about this shit? We are dying!
How much air have you guys got?
20 minutes. Tops.
Hey, I'm in red. Seconds away before the CO2 gets me.
Stresky.
Why wait, right? I'm the master of my own fate.
Wait, Stress, what are you doing?
I don't think he's gonna make it, guys. All right, well, I think I know where I need to go now.
This had better be the right way. Let's find that suit and get out.
Double lockdown active. Override at dive room console. And I think we can rely that when the game only gives me one path, that it's going to be a pretty straightforward, not at all stressful power. I'm not sure I quite follow Aegis. Alright, so there's one of those that actually chases you down. This one I think is just hallucinations. I hope not.
Is this Omicron? Everything is so basic, so limited. I hope it's not the Omnitool falling apart. Okay, we need to find you a power suit. You know, so we can go into the abyss without ending up like a recycled can of soda.
You think we'll find one that fits me? I mean, I'm kind of in a suit already.
That's been bothering me too. You know how you were transferred from Vancouver?
Toronto.
From then to now.
How could I forget?
Okay, so we do it again.
You want to send me to the future?
No, you idiot. I want to transfer your mind into a new body.
What?
Look, we already know it can be done. We don't need to make it a big deal.
It is a big deal, Kath. It's a huge fucking deal. There's got to be something else that can take us down there.
The Dunbat at Theta was the only vessel that could take that pressure, and you saw what happened.
Then think of something else.
Simon, please. You don't have to switch this instant. Just play along for now. If we find something else, then great. If not...
I'm not promising anything.
Thank you, Simon. Have a look around the room. This is where they would keep the power suits, if there are any left.
So this is definitely one of the bits I was hoping we would get to. It's probably going to be... probably going to be close to the end.
Oh, God. Nice. I found one of the power suits. There's a dead woman inside. At least I think it's a woman. Just like the body we found in the annex. She's missing her head.
Gross. This could work in our favor, though. Look for a terminal nearby. See if you can boot it up.
Yeah, the best I can just say, like, it seems like there aren't a whole lot of hurt feelings, but the best that I can just kind of say in terms of the chat is that I don't... So in general, I don't list rules because I've always found...
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
God, this game always pushing me to do what it wants. The best that I can just sort of say, I don't usually put rules down because inevitably, whether I've been moderating a channel or whether I've just been doing it on my own, it results in a whole lot of litigation as to whether, like, what the rules are. And it's like, well, presumably the person whose channel it is kind of decides what the rules are. So that just winds up being a much bigger headache. And like in the end, most of the time, I think people kind of understand what
Come on, let's activate the power suit.
what acceptable behavior is. But the one thing that I would ask, like I don't particularly like it when people just come in and insult me. But the one thing that I really don't like is when people insult each other in chat. Because in the end, you know, at least if it's me, I can kind of decide what I'm willing to deal with and whether or not I sort of time someone out. But if
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
if it comes to other people, then it's sort of an expectation that I will come in and play referee. And of course, all of that sort of moves aside from the game, which admittedly I haven't been playing the best right now. So again, I'm going to take it that everybody's at an equilibrium, but that's the one thing that I just ask is, you know, I prefer as much as possible that it be a place where people can, I mean, there have been times where we talk about a contentious issue, and I think for the most part people have been pretty good about that and respectful of different points of view. Yeah, I'm hoping to retain that as much as possible. Okay, we've done that check.
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
It is always kind of funny that there will be some points where I wind up like feeling a bit lost and the game does not like natter in my ear every 2 seconds to to do the certain thing. But when it's very obvious things for me to do, the game cannot shut up about what my next step should be. Alright, HPS information. A high-pressure power suit guaranteed to withstand temperatures spanning from 50 degrees Celsius to negative 75 degrees Celsius, while keeping a steady 40 degrees Celsius default on the inside. The suit will automatically shield the wearer from pressure and maintain a normal 1 atmosphere up to a depth of 5,000 meters. The onboard controller monitors the wearer's physical state and is able to minimize risk of shock, hyperventilation, and even dehydration. Usage. The suit is easily assembled through rotating neck and wrist rings to lock the glove and helmet into place. Note that joints won't seal unless the controller is able to identify a wearer through a set of sensory systems. Suits may be locked to specific personnel, but as a default, the suit will accept anyone. Controller. The controller is an onboard computer monitoring pulse, brain activity, body temperature, and stress through skin conductance. It uses this information to provide the wearer with the safest experience. Tracking. Oop. Here we found the suit.
Not exactly grade A material.
Don't worry about it just yet. Remember what we found out at Beta? The suit you are wearing is basically just a cortex chip with structure gel, powered by solid battery packs.
And a dead colleague, Imogen Reed.
Exactly. If you think about it, we're actually incredibly lucky. We found a suit with an already dead body inside.
I guess you're right. What about the WoW? What makes you think it'll play along?
It's not magic, it's algorithms. Set pattern. The WoW won't be able to deny us, even if it was capable of wanting to.
I'm still not crazy about this plan. It feels wrong.
Please, Simon, I can't give up on the art. I need this to work.
So we need a Cortex chip, structure gel, and a battery pack. That's one hell of a shopping list.
Thanks. I'll just hang around here if that's okay.
I'll be back.
I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to make it to the end of this or not, because I did want to make it to the 3-hour
Don't forget,
mark.
we need a Cortex chip, structure gel, and a power pack to get the suit ready.
I'll do my best, but I'm going to need to wrap up reasonably soon. Ruffy, Jacob Halperin, as an unusually sedated orange Ruffy found hovering outside Omicron substation. It had a remarkable bone growth that seemed to interfere with its perception. Brought it inside to study it, but it stiffened and died in the process. During post-mortem study, the thing kicked back to life while being out of water. Kept swinging for a few minutes, so I returned it to an aquarium. It instantly started banging into the glass and bludgeoned itself to death before I could relocate it. Shelley, dead on arrival, Claudia Eames. Darby and Waldeck identified it as what was sabotaging the Lumar probe at about 900 meters depth. It's 150 centimeters long rudderfish that looks like it has merged with some other kind of fish or shark. It's the freakiest form of mutation we've seen so far. It's clear that it is getting worse. Something is causing this, and I'm not buying the radioactive fallout nonsense that Ovari can't shut up about. Johann Ross, dead on arrival, Claudia Eames. The dead man found on the climber this morning has been identified as Johann Ross, the AI psychologist working at Tau. Can't even begin to imagine what happened down in the abyss, and frankly, I won't risk losing my staff going down there to look. If the ARC team is alive, which I highly doubt, they'll have to find a way to give us a sign. We're not going down there again without good reason. I live in the capital, so the convoy was present downtown. I mean, the presence could be felt just by looking at the huge decline in the air quality. Although that's obviously not the biggest problem. I don't know if there's a new one that I need to know about though or not. It's but I remember it well. It was not exactly easy to get around some of the places that I normally do. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I think I know. the cortex chip accounted for. Find Tau, or is that end? Take the gel to Alpha. So there was an invocation of, I believe it is the Emergencies Act. It's what replaced sort of the War Measures Act. Now, I think there is probably some dispute in terms of the appropriateness of the bank account freezing. So far as I can tell, it was limited, to a specific set of organizers, but I don't know the specific details in terms of what it came down to. But essentially, it was a set of extraordinary measures that was brought in after, I believe it was a blockade at Koots. They found sort of a cache of weapons. And then essentially, the feeling at the time was essentially that the police was not handling the issue. And so there's basically a set of measures that were taken to remove the occupation in the downtown area. Obviously, the rightness or wrongness of it, that's actually still kind of being sorted out in terms of Canada's legal system. There was an inquiry, and I believe the inquiry more or less said, the government met the requirements for that particular piece of legislation. However, it was a marginal case. I think it was Rouleau was the judge in that case, and he said that a reasonable person could feel otherwise. And there was there's basically a recent civil, it was a civil liberties organization, I can't remember specifically which one, that also brought it before the courts. And in the case there, the courts actually said that the bar wasn't met. So in this case, it's the reasonable person coming to a different conclusion. That is exactly what happened there. So my suspicion is that this will just go straight to the Supreme Court, and they're going to make a determination on the legislation, because the legislation ultimately had not been used, right? The one that it replaced had been used, but it was kind of designed for, a very different sort of problem. I mean, essentially the last time that the act that legislation replaced was used was when a British diplomat and a provincial minister were kidnapped. The minister was killed by what was effectively how there's Quebec separatism. Well, that was a militant version of that separatist group, the FLQ. So I think most people would probably say that was a coarser piece of legislation than was appropriate, and that's why that was rewritten. Because essentially that resulted in sort of, this is before I was born, but basically there was the army deployed on the streets, which is generally not the sort of thing you want to see. So this, I think, is the first invocation of the act that was intended to replace the Soldiers in the Streets Act. That's a broad oversimplification, but the problem with new legislation like that is that there are open questions in terms of whether or not it is actually doing what it was designed to do. And that is, of course, what the legal process is for. I have a little more sympathy for the government because The thing is that we expect them to make decisions at the time, and then of course when we do the inquiries, we have the benefit of hindsight. But I also understand that it's a political topic that a lot of people have very, very strong beliefs about, so.
Strasky, are you there?
I hear you, Herbie. What's up?
Just wanted to check in. I have to go do something. I might not be around for a few days, okay?
Rally Herbert leaving the listening post? Must be important.
It is, Strask. It is.
Okay then. Stay safe.
Omicron, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Everyone all right?
You will be as soon as we make friends with the power suits.
I'm sure you'll get used to it.
Look at that. Just wanted to check in before we pass the last working Lumar probe. Guys, any last words to Omicron? Don't forget to pick us up. You heard that, right?
Don't worry, we won't forget.
All right. Heading into radio silence.
Good luck, guys. Tau, please respond. This is Rowley Herber calling from Omicron. Please respond, Tau.
Unable to connect. Lumar relay out of range.
Yeah, I get it.
Unable to connect. Lumar relay out of range.
So we got the cortex, but we're missing two of the other parts on our scavenger hunt. Where is he? I suspect I've gone back up a bit too soon. One of the better ways to go is to have your head explode before you have time to realize what's happening. So you're saying I should just go in without the diving suit? Freezing would be, you mean basically because you don't quite recognize kind of what's happening to you. You just kind of go to sleep and don't wake up. No, there is no attack, Aegis. You basically run. Yeah. I'm bad at biology, but I do every once in a while know like one or two useful facts, mostly on ways to go apparently. I don't know. I mean, it depends. I guess it depends on the context. Like, It's like I would have assumed that something around this area is where I get my my gloop. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, obviously, you know, if you gotta go, you don't... I think probably accepting that that's going to be something that happens at some point is probably useful. You don't need to dwell on it, but, like, maybe not hold on to the illusion of immortality. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the freezing example that you gave, I mean, this is the worst possible analogy that I could draw, but I can think of plenty of times where I've, like, wanted to try and get something done. And all of a sudden, like, the next thing I know, you know, I either sat down in a particularly comfortable chair or I just kind of lay back in bed for a minute, you know, quote unquote, just to rest my eyes, and all of a sudden it's, like, dark out. I have no idea how much time has passed. And, you know, I'm assuming if there was a situation where I would wind up freezing, I'm going to guess that you at 3 p.m. I'm going to have to guess that, you know, you're probably not thinking straight, in that circumstance anyway. So presumably, at least in some cases, you just kind of curl up to rest, and that's it. Obviously, that is a very serene way of looking at what I'm assuming is not always, you know, a very serene thing, but... This king that was told he'd be banished to a wasteland for a year. What he did was pour resources into that place and comfortably lived outside his previous kingdom. I suspect you are discussing treasures in heaven here. Alright, I feel like I've done 2 circuits around this area, and well, actually, I wonder if I can just put the object in place. Looks like it wants all of them.
We need about a vat full of structure gel to tie the body, the cortex chip, and the battery together.
Alright, we're gonna give this one more time just because I'm now almost half an hour past the time that I needed to finish, and I'm hitting a danger point in terms of the amount of sleep I'm gonna get. Plus, like I said, I haven't been very articulate, so I did kind of want to get to the next part of the story on this, but if we start with a somewhat explosive opener, I'm not too upset by that either. There's a theory that what people call death is a distortion in space and time that leaves us in a state of what we are thinking. Oh, wait, we just have another lockdown. Osmond, you are absolutely allowed to be, you're absolutely allowed to be who you are. I think the best that I can just say, if someone thinks that they're going to say something potentially, like, upsetting or whatever, is just, you know, be gracious if we decide to push the other way around. But I feel like I've seen enough of your broadcast, and you've kind of hung around enough that I think I have a little bit of a read on who you are. But yeah, no, don't. I don't. There's a lot of places in the world where, I don't know, you're kind of expected to behave a certain way, and I mean, to a certain extent, right? Twitch has its code of conduct. You have, you know, you can't just say anything. But as much as possible, it would be nice if people could feel comfortable being. Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you don't want to unpack it, by all means, don't. But I would love to hear you. I would actually love to hear you go a little bit further with that, because there are two not thinkers, but there are two figures who have actually heard express similar sentiments, and they were curiously quite aligned in it. Well, the two I'm thinking of were David Cronenberg and Jonathan Miller. Connectivity. Lisa Cameron, the structure gel has been charged and actually keeps going for a while, even when removed from a power source. If applied to circuits, it seems to help out with connectivity. It seems like it's not only connectivity, but even functionality. The gel can make simple machinery work and act more effectively. However, the modifications that the WoW has made to the gel are full of extra information that doesn't necessarily make sense. When applied to something more complicated, it causes the gel to act as a cancer upon the host, eventually ruining it. We could use the gel to our advantage, but it needs to be uncalibrated to get rid of the bad code. Pathology. Applied gel to a dead mouse. The gel caused the mouse to appear alive. It was put into the same habitat as a living mouse. The reanimated mouse was apathetic, while the living one seemed stressed. After 15 minutes, the reanimated mouse attacked and killed the living mouse. Half an hour later, the reanimated mouse stopped moving, the corpse was solid, and the gel hardened within it. Progress. Reanimated another mouse with structure gel. This time, it was done with uncalibrated gel as produced by Eames. The results were impressive. The thing appears catatonic, but it's more of a sleepwalker. To avoid the thing hardening, as before, electromagnets were used to cause low electrical current within the animal. This also provided us the ability to somewhat control it. Chemical analysis. The structure gel remains unchanged on a fundamental level. It's still the same cross-linked gel with aligned graphene in a polyunsaturated matrix that was installed throughout Pathos 2 a few years ago. The problem is not the gel, but its controller, the WoW. The gel has not taken on any new properties. The WoW simply uses it in ways that we could never even have dreamed of. You think the beauty of life comes from the fact that it inevitably ends. I do believe life itself is full of suffering, which adds to the sentiment. Ultimately, if life doesn't end, then there is nothing to appreciate and look back on. It is interesting. I haven't... I feel like I've heard that expressed similarly, but I'm trying to remember where. I've not gotten a firm... I haven't really gotten a firm read on it. It's actually kind of funny because there seem to be a few stories that I've really liked which are on a... They're sort of on a similar theme, but in a... They're not directly dealing with immortality. They're very often dealing with sort of the effort for an older generation or later generation to try and wield too much control in the present, either through... Like, apparently there's a problem with, like, wills where very often the person's trying to sort of control the world after they're gone, and it's like, that's not what the will is. But there's a few other cases where you can see, like, to a certain extent, you can almost think that Succession is a little bit about that. But I don't know if I've ever seen it expressed specifically with the idea. I mean, also just because I don't really see that many people talk about immortality. I often hear about longevity. But one of the things that I do find on a similar note to what you're talking about, the one thing that always troubles me a little bit is the idea that there are definitely some days where I wonder if I could have managed the time better. You know, if I could have maybe done a bit more with the day, or you know, whatever. Like, you know, sometimes if you sit down and you watch like, excuse me, 10 episodes of a TV show or something like that, you don't exactly feel like you've really given your all. And I have to imagine that that doesn't get better if you have an infinite time horizon. On the other hand, of course, the great tragedy would be that if you do have this finite period of time, the worst thing that you can do with it is waste it. And so in some cases, I sometimes wonder if the wish for immortality or longevity is just kind of a recognition of how the time wasn't necessarily spent well. And ultimately what it's asking for is a chance to take those times and use them a little bit better. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I wish I could get more done, but on the other hand, I also know the worst trend or tendency for me by far is after the fact to sort of reassign how I could have used the time. So like today is a great example of this, right? Like I've been feeling really worn out during this broadcast, and I feel like I've done better Soma broadcasts before. And then there's the question is like, okay, well, what if maybe just call the stream off for the day and get some sleep, and that's perfectly reasonable. But inevitably, if I did get the rest, and then the next morning I'll be like, oh, I feel really good. Yeah, I probably should have streamed yesterday. Probably wasn't that bad. And of course now I'm sort of like, well, I'm feeling really worn out, and I maybe could have given a better stream, and or I could have this current discussion right now. But this is the drawback, right? Because I'm always sort of feeling it's like, oh yeah, but I would have really made a much better point if I had everything my all my wits about me. But actually, it's funny, Oswin. I don't know if this is your kind of game, but I actually feel a little bit of what you're talking about is dealt with the concept of the WoW. I don't know if we're going to get too far into it. I'm trying to remember how much more the WoW gets dealt with in this game, but we probably won't get to it today anyway. But and I do like Hayao Miyazaki, but I was not familiar with The Boy and His Heron. But I would like to. I think the last thing that I've seen of his actually was Howl's Moving Castle. So that's been a while. The structure gel remains unchanged on a fundamental level. It's still this... Oh, sorry, we read that one. Well, let's just read it again. Structure gel remains unchanged on a fundamental level. It is still the same cross-link gel with aligned graphene in a polyunsaturated matrix that was installed throughout Pathos 2 a few years ago. The problem is not the gel, but its controller, the WoW. The gel has not taken on any new properties. The WoW simply uses it in ways we would never have even dreamed of. Overwhelming evidence concludes that all deformed creatures, the fish, the sharks, and even the helpers, were manipulated by the WoW via structure gel. They have, in some manner, been exposed to charged gel and in turn stricken by cancerous growths that affect their whole being. It's difficult to ask why when talking about an AI, but it all started shortly after the comet killed the surface. I can't for sure say if it's bad code or carefully programmed mercy killing, but it looks like it's not going to make things easier for us to survive. And that's how we got the NVIDIA 40XX Super. I could have sworn this would be what we would need to work with. Ah. Hardest puzzle in Soma. Ah! You know, I've never seen Kiki's Deliveries. Yes. Cyber Rat. I think the ones I've seen are Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle. I'm pretty sure I've seen Princess Mononoke at some point. But I think I probably like Spirited Away the most. Actually, so the difficulty for me is I don't remember if it's that Spirited Away is the one I remember the best, or if it was the one that I liked the most. But the funny thing is, one of the things that I really love about animation is that it is, so like there's the kind of the great Soviet filmmaker and sort of this theorist of montage, Sergei Eisenstein. I think one of his favorite movies was Snow White. And you can kind of see why, like the idea of animation. What is it? You can kind of see animation as almost this kind of pure form of cinema, right? Where it's, you know, this pure imagination. You kind of get to put anything on there. Like, to a certain extent, this isn't the right way of thinking about animation, but like to a certain extent, it's the marginal cost of setting it in outer space is about the same as setting it in an apartment building. And hello, Night97. I gotta warn you, I'm gonna be finishing up pretty soon, but thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing tonight? Let me just take a quick second here. Oop, not Nightbot. That happens all the time. But how are you doing tonight? 27 more hours. I'm already almost 45 minutes past when I should have finished. But yeah, I'm whether this is like a genuine feeling about certain types of films, or if this is just kind of a way of thinking about it. I actually do, like, relative to the amount that I watch, I actually have a much greater appreciation of animation than what, you know, well, actually no, I guess my revealed preferences are that I don't value it as much as I should, but I do really feel like animation is one of these things that if you want to become a better filmmaker, you probably should study animation, simply because one of the things I really loved whenever I got to be a cinematographer, director of photography, was I loved shooting on location, and like the art direction wasn't really my concern. Crush hazard. I really need to put some time into Factorio. But learning, you haven't got. Have you got a personal best? Anyways, yeah. So one of the things I really loved was being able to shoot on location. And again, like I said, art direction wasn't really my concern, although, you care, right? So you want to see the thing be as good as it can be. I'm going to just wander around for a little bit while I finish the thought. The thing is that, like, if you're shooting in a restaurant, like, there's just going to be a certain way that the plates are stacked, or that, like, the glasses are on the bar, or maybe there's just going to be something on the counter that you'd never really think to put on the counter. But these are all the artifacts that get left from someone being there and using the space. And then some people I knew would hate working on location because basically you're restricted in terms of where you can put the lights, and of course you can only put the camera certain places. So, and particularly on independent films, you're not necessarily going to be able to rent a mansion for the house, right? You're going to have to shoot in someone's apartment. Chances are that someone is on the crew. And this means that you are not able to do everything that you would normally want. And I mean, let's be honest, like, if you're watching a TV show and it's the house scene, like it's where the family lives, like 9 times out of 10 that's going to be on a soundstage somewhere, just because that is like just table stakes in terms of an art department and getting everything done. Like, unless that living room scene is going to be the only one in the series, chances are that's going to be a set that's set up. And the difficulty that I have, it's actually a little bit like we were talking about with mortality earlier. The great challenge that I run into when shooting on a soundstage is that it's actually very difficult for me to motivate particular choices at times, right? Because you're the one who's making the sun. You're the one deciding, is the light going to be coming through the window, or is it, a lamp that's somewhere? Like, you can justify just about any given light source. And for me, at least, I think to a certain extent, just about any creative decision that I've made has often come in the face of constraints. Too many constraints and you're in trouble. At least I am. So if somebody tells me, like, tell a story in 5 words, I'm not going to come up with a very good story. Or, tell me why that 95% of upcoming games are going to be live service games statistic was widely misunderstood. I'm going to need more than 5 words for that. That's kind of an impossible constraint. But what you do tend to find is that once you actually start coming to terms with a constraint, it's sometimes even a gift. And so in the case of locations, that was one thing I always liked, which is that, it didn't matter what I thought the perfect shot was. What mattered was what I could achieve within the time that we had in the location. But in terms of animation, every idea that the animator has can potentially be realized. Now, clearly not every animation gets finished, right? The Thief and the Cobbler is a wonderful example of that. A very, very ambitious animated project that was never finished the way that it was intended to be. But there is really something about animation that does make it quite special, just because, again, you have all of the elements of cinema. You have the juxtaposition of images, and you have an effort to store it. And you can get very experimental animations. You can also get very traditional animations. But in the end, you have all the elements that go into what we like about films. But they're ones that aren't constrained by the practicalities of actually getting cameras in places and photographing things, which of course isn't to imply that animators have it easy. Animators have a very difficult job. But like I said, you can also think of it as like a video game, right? So in this environment here, this could have taken place in a high school, or this could have taken place in an undersea lab. And obviously the undersea lab is the more interesting of the two locations to be realized. I was talking about my own storytelling abilities, Mr. Handy. There's actually there's a whole genre of microfiction that people do very well in. I have absolutely no capability of being so brief. What's the real Thief and the Cobbler? You mean the original? What I mean by it wasn't able to be, essentially, this is a statement of the production. So that was actually a motion picture that took a very long time to create, and I believe it was ultimately taken over by the completion guarantor. So there's basically when you make a movie, like it's a very large financial undertaking, and there's usually kind of this insurance on the thing getting done. And if the thing is sort of in danger of falling apart, there are conditions under which the guarantor, like, they're kind of on the hook for the thing getting finished, and so they are able to go in and essentially take over production. And that's actually, you know what, it's probably better. Sorry, I know it'll cut out the audio, but I think we can probably find it on the Wikipedia entry. So Richard Williams, the at least born in Canada, Canadian-British animator, voice actor and painter, 3-time Academy Award winner, best known as animation director on Who Framed Roger Rabbit, for which he won 2 Academy Awards. So The Thief and the Cobbler is an unfinished animated fantasy film co-written and directed by Richard Williams. Originally devised in the 1960s, the film was in and out of production for nearly 3 decades due to independent funding and ambitiously complex animation. It was finally placed into full production in 1989 when Warner Brothers agreed to finance and distribute the film. When production went over budget and behind schedule, it was heavily cut and hastily re-edited by producer Fred Calvert without Williamson's involvement. It was eventually released by Allied Filmmakers in 1993 with the title The Princess and the Cobbler. 2 years later, Miramax Films, which was owned by Disney at the time, released another re-edit titled Arabian Night. Both versions of the film performed poorly at the box office and received mixed reviews. And then there's a little bit more in the start here. So over the years, various people and companies, including Roy E. Disney, have discussed restoring the film to its original version. In 2013, the Academy Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences archived Williams' own 35mm work print. He acknowledged the film's rehabilitated reputation due to projects like the recobbled cut restoration by Garrett Gilchrist and Persistence of Vision, a 2012 documentary by Kevin Schreck detailing the production. I can't remember if I can get into the details. Financial backing, production under Warner Brothers. Yeah, here we go. So on 12th of May 1992, this rough version of the film was shown to Warner Brothers and was not well received. During the screening, the penultimate reel of the film was missing, which did not help matters. The studio lost confidence and backed out of production entirely, and the completion bond company seized control of the film, ousting Williams from the project. Jake Eberts, then an executive producer, also abandoned the project. Additionally, Williams said that production had lost a source of funding when Japanese investors pulled out due to the recession following the Japanese asset price bubble. Fans have cited this decision as an example of a trend of animated films being tampered with by studio executives. So I always want to be kind of careful when I talk about this, because of everyone I have ever talked to about The Thief and the Cobbler, which I've not seen in its entirety, has actually said that they are very fond of the film. And obviously, if you can, it's nice to have more things people like in the world than less. But yeah, the unfortunate reality of The Thief and the Cobbler is that it was a film that had a troubled production, obviously a very ambitious film, and again, much like the article says, I'm happy that sort of it has this rehabilitated reputation, but ultimately, because of the overages and because of the production problems, the film as it was intended was never realized. The best that we have are sort of these animatics and these storyboards. I don't even know if animatic is the right word, but we have sort of this gesture as to what the film might have been, but ultimately it was not something that was able to be realized in the yeah, well, I mean, like I said, it doesn't so the thing is that I don't think the fact that it was taken away from the filmmaker means it has to be a bad movie. Like, sometimes, like, the fact of the matter is, it's nice to imagine that every project could one day have like an infinite budget and well, I'm screwed. That was on me for not running off a bit faster. But yeah, like the fact of the matter is that whether it's a game or whether it's a a film, like the money side can't be ignored. The like, for better or worse, like. I don't exactly win friends when I say this, but I do have quite a bit of respect for companies like Electronic Arts and Ubisoft that are able to, if not every year, at least every couple of years, put out a fairly regular stream of high-quality games. Now, this doesn't mean...
Johan Ross was found dead on the climber this morning. The ARC team went down a couple of days ago, but I see no reason to suspect them playing a part in his death. The climber can't be operated from the abyss, so there was a scheduled retrieval. The climber returned with only the lifeless body of Alpha member Johan Ross. No traces of the ARC team. Cameron, Eames, Lansky, all studying the body inside containment. I'll follow up with whatever they find. Delenda Est. The WoW has been getting more aggressive, pushing all systems to their limits. Ironically, the dead Dr. Johann Ross would be the perfect person to ask why the WoW is making such a big buzz about his passing. After all, the WoW isn't supposed to want anything, and definitely not to mourn people. The system overload affects the staff considerably. Headaches, loss of sleep, unwarranted stress. And it seems to be getting worse. I could use some advice if you can get through. Delenda Est. Things are out of hand. The staff looks like they're about to explode. Every other person walks around with nosebleeds, and the rest keep wiping stains of blood from their eyes to keep them from overflowing. It's to do with the WoW trying to free Ross somehow, for sure. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the body just got up and left. Rally Herber, our dispatcher, has been snooping around asking questions she shouldn't. She says she's going down into the abyss to find Alpha. I can't bring myself to stop her.
Tau evacuation. On September 13th, Vic Auclair ordered the staff of Tau to evacuate and move up to the plateau. Together with engineer Alan Waldeck, I descended into the abyss to assist the evacuation. Following protocol, we waited at the climber platform for 140 minutes and made several attempts to contact Tau. I decided to move towards the site, thinking I might intercept them. That's when I noticed the guiding lights flickering, and soon the whole path shut down. Omega Sector swallowed by darkness. I pushed on with my floodlight until I heard screaming over the short-range radio. It carried on, breaking in and out of range. As I hurried closer to investigate, I came upon the lacerated body of field worker Espinoza. Something big had almost cut her in two. I considered the importance of saving Tau, and more specifically Ross, as I heard Espinoza's colleagues getting massacred over the radio. Seeing no way to possibly improve the situation, I hurried back to the climber and left the people at Tau to their fate. With some luck, Ross made it back to Tau and is able to continue his work at Alpha. To avoid further disturbances, excuse me, I decided to report the evacuation as a complete failure, hoping it will stop Theta from attempting another one. Claudia Eames, the manager of Omicron, has already ordered the climber to stay at the plateau for now. My report on the savage wildlife scared everyone enough to even stop Waldeck and Darby from maintaining the Lumar probes. It's a good thing that Golaski is off-site, because I have a feeling he would not have approved. The restrictions came out slightly more severe than I had anticipated, but I'll take it. As long as Ross is left alone to work with the WoW. Carthage, Julia Dahl, Johann Ross, and Mark Sarang. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but I need to wrap this up. I'm already an hour past, and I started an hour later than I wanted to. I'll finish what I want. I realized I was about to say something controversial about game developers, so I just wanted to wrap that up. What I mean by this is to say is that, like, you know, it's nice to imagine that there will be a perfect creation made with an infinite amount of time spent on it. And there absolutely are some cases where people do spend a long time working on something. People spend a lot of time working on something, and it does turn out. So I referred earlier to the Simon Singh book about the proof of Fermat's last theorem. And this is actually a great example of this. Andrew Wiles essentially worked more or less in secret on this proof for years. Everyone basically thought that he was out of ideas. And then he kind of comes out with this. And this is something that is very difficult to imagine happening in academia now, because there is sort of this pressure to get tenure. And of course, that involves a certain number of publications in sort of highly ranked journals, and to do that within a certain period of time, you are going to take a certain type of project that isn't necessarily consistent with doing that kind of really significant work. So what I'm trying to say here is there's sort of room for multiple approaches here. But with that in mind, I do have a degree of respect for the larger publishers that are able to accomplish that, because it is not easy to make a good game in the first place. But to be able to ensure this certain floor of quality on a schedule that allows them to kind of keep that sort of release cadence is actually a very impressive accomplishment. And I'll be honest, like, there are a lot of very good games that come out of this. There are also some games that don't work very well. But, like Battlefield 5, I thought was an excellent, game. I mean, you have to like a shooter like that, but, high quality visuals, good gameplay, I actually don't think there's that much to complain about with it. And again, that doesn't mean that there isn't room for the Somas although I don't think Soma would be a good candidate for something that sort of had this extended development cycle or whatever. The thing is that when you think of these games that are sort of polished forever or are allowed to have these sort of super extended development cycles, you often wind up with things like Duke Nukem Forever, and you don't necessarily see this this great release that is somehow going to live up to the hype. Sometimes you do. But I think to a certain extent, because of the money and the talent and the time that these things involve, there is a side of me that will always want to give credit to people who are able to do that within the constraint also of doing it within a certain period of time. And I think in the end, that just kind of comes back to what we talked a little bit earlier about using your time well. Because I don't know, like, do you really want to say, I spent 10 years to make, a Battlefield sequel. This was my life's work. I don't know, like, doesn't seem right. Anyways, on that, I realize, controversial note, let's try and find somebody to host, because I'm not going to get enough sleep tonight now, and I don't feel good about that. Who is online? Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. I'd like to be better. I'm going to try and get a little more sleep over the next couple of days, just to try and, on Wednesday we're going to be doing Phantom Brigade, and on Friday I think we will be doing Cyberpunk 2077. But I think I'm going to raid Zareth. Zareth is playing Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which I have never heard of, but he does, first of all, he's a jolly fellow, and he has a lovely like desert rain frog VTuber avatar, which I like a lot, so I always find him a bit of a fun one to host. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you, everybody, for the chats. I will try and get myself sorted out for the next couple of days. But until then, take care. I'll see you possibly Wednesday or whenever I see you next. And have a wonderful evening for those of you for which it is evening, whatever time it is where you are.